keywords are those that are relevant to your app and have a high search volume. That means they are not too competitive, right? So by targeting these keywords, you can attract more users to your app and increase your chances of conversions. Google Keyword Planner, sorry, is an essential tool, and it's also a free tool. So when you have your keyword or your seed keyword rather defined, we will use Google Keyword Planner to discover relevant or related terms, search volume, and also the competition level of those keywords. So you need to make sure you pay attention to the ideas tabs for suggestions when it comes to the Google Keyword Planner tool. Okay. We are going to get into a quick activity, right? So, when evaluating your keywords, what factors should you consider? I'd like you to take just a minute to think about this. What factors would you consider when it comes to evaluating your keywords? And please share your thoughts in the chat. Okay. Can we have just a few responses? What are the factors you need to consider when evaluating keywords? Please share them in the chat. Anyone? Okay, I see some coming through. Thank you. Relevance.
If I can come in there, Shazia, Fred Cook said keywords usage change. Frank said relevance. Sabelo relevance. Tlokiso search volume.
Okay. Thank you for participating. Let's go through it together. You can continue to share your responses. Many of you said relevance, which is correct. So you need to identify how closely does the keyword align with your app's functionality and your user needs, right? So that's what we mean when we say relevance. Is it relevant to your app and to your user needs? The next one is search volumes. So how many people are searching for this keyword? Okay. And then the next one is competition. How difficult is it to rank for this keyword? You need to aim for a balance between high volume and also manageable competition. And then lastly is your user intent. So this is another factor you need to consider. So what are users hoping to achieve when they search for this keyword? And does your app specifically address their need, right? So thank you for your participation. We're going to dive into a practical example using your Jogging Friends app idea in South Africa, right? So we're going to focus on how to identify the high value keywords. So this is a social fitness app that connects joggers in South Africa, as we can see, and it allows them to find running buddies, join group runs, discover new routes, and also track their progress. So when using the following examples, right? So let's look at this example. So can you explain if the keywords match the criteria outlined in the previous slide? So remember, we mentioned that they need to be relevant. We need to factor in the search volume. We need to factor in the competition, right? So how many other competitors are using the keyword, and also how easy it is to rank for the keyword, and then user intent as well. Okay, so we're gonna focus on this when in groups, right? So these are the example keywords basically that you see: number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? So you need to explain if these keywords match the criteria in the previous slide. We are supposed to be breaking out in breakout groups, and to discuss the value of these specific keywords. And we will take about 5 minutes to do so. Mashudu, are you able to assist with the breakout groups?
Let me have a look. Just give me a sec. No, I don't have that. Oh yeah, there is that function. Let me see what I can do.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's gonna take time. I think
Okay, if it's going to take time, let's not do the breakout groups. Perhaps everyone can then discuss their thoughts on this in the chat. Are you comfortable with that, Mashudu?
Yes, I think that's the best option.
Okay, so I'm going to give everyone 3 minutes to just think about this, right? Please leave your responses in the chat. So think about how these keywords listed number 1 to 5, or key phrases rather, and explain, in your opinion, if they match the criteria that we were discussing, which is, are they relevant? What's your opinion when it comes to their search volume and their competition, and also the user intent? We will give everyone just 2 minutes.
There is a hand from Sabelo. Sabelo, please go ahead.
Yeah, morning everyone. So the question is, so with this activity, are we supposed to be using the tools, the other websites to search these words and see if they're like trending or the volumes and then come back?
You can if you want to, but because we are short on time, you can just share your opinion. Like, for example, do you think that these keywords are relevant and why, in your opinion? And also, when looking at user intent, do you think that they would appeal to the ideal user who is, searching for jogging apps in South Africa?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I think the first one just it says everything. Yeah.
Running apps in South Africa, and you think that this is relevant? You think that it matches the user intent?
Yes, because it also, if you're in South Africa, then you already know, unlike the other ones, which are like specific to the city.
But don't you think that maybe it might be difficult to rank for that keyword?
Because it's long.
Maybe because it's not very specific
Okay.
and it's more
Okay, I see.
broad. So the competition in terms of ranking for that keyword, although it matches user intent and it's great for relevance, the one thing you need to be mindful of is that it might be competitive to rank for that keyword.
Okay.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
If I can, Shaiza, if I can read the comments here for you. Let's start with, I'll be very quick. Let's start with Frank. Frank said, I think number 1 fits all the criteria. I will skip, let's read Global App says number 5, which is track my running progress free. And Rodrigo said, trail running routes, Durban is only relevant if the app maps the routes. So yeah, those are the comments, and I skipped some of the comments for the sake of time.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you for sharing and also participating in the chat. I think that we understand what we were trying to achieve with this activity. We'll look at just maybe two of the keywords, right? So running app South Africa being the first one, which we touched on with Sabelo. We understand that it is highly relevant and it states the app's purpose and also targets the location being South Africa, right? The search volume, however, is likely to have moderate to high search volumes, and because it's a common need, people would generally be searching for running apps in South Africa if that is what they, that's their interest and that's what they're looking for. When it comes to competition, as I've mentioned, it is expected to have quite a moderate to high competition because many fitness apps that are running apps, caters to this common need. But when it comes to user intent, users want a running app specifically for South Africa. So this is a good keyword, and it will allow the app to rank because it is an app that then fulfills the need. Okay, when we look at trail running routes in Durban specifically, it's relevant if the app includes route discovery, especially trail running. When it comes to search volume, it likely has a lower search volume, but a more niche and specific audience. And when it comes to competition, it's potentially less competition for this specific activity, and it's very location specific as well. And then in terms of users, so the users of this app want to find trail running routes in Durban. So the app would cater towards this need. So thank you again for participating in this activity. We have another short activity that we're just going to take a few minutes to do as well, and I want you to take a few moments to review your keywords. So now that we've had a practical example, think about your app and review the keywords for your business against the criteria. So again, relevance, competition, user intent, and volume, right? Adjust your keywords if needed, right? So I know that you have a notebook. You can please note this revised keywords down in your notebook. I'm going to give you just 2 minutes to do this because I do think it's important now that we've had a practical example and understand the elements that we're working on. Please take a moment to think about your keywords, review them, and write them down in your notebook against each of the criteria. So evaluate, is it relevant? What is the opportunity from a competition perspective to list for those keywords? Is it a competitive keyword? Does it take into account user intent? So make a review against those 4 elements for your keywords, please. And I'll give you 2 minutes to do this. Please note it down in your notebook. You don't have to share it in the chat box. Okay. If you do need more time to do this, please try and complete this after the session. I think it would be really beneficial for your own learning and evaluation. I'm going to move on just for the sake of time. And we are going to move on into segmentation when it comes to keywords, right? So segmenting keywords by user journey specifically helps you target potential users at each stage, making your campaigns more effective. And we are going to dive into this. So we know that we have different phases, right? So our users often go through firstly an awareness phase, a consideration phase, and a decision phase. So we'll now consider these different stages that users may be in during their user journey. We're not going to break out into groups or anything, and we're going to allow you to do a few minutes to do this activity, or rather get started with it. But I want you to just take into consideration these main three phases, right? And consider the app that helps people with gardening. So we're going to look at a specific app, right? It's an app that helps people with gardening. So work through the keywords you could create for the app depending on the phase the user is in. So, for example, in awareness phase, it maybe you have certain groups of people who are in the awareness phase and searching for gardening apps or apps that help people with gardening. What are some of the keywords you'd use? For group 2, if they're in the consideration phase, right? So they are aware of the app or the functionalities, but they still are considering if it's the correct app for them. What are some of the keywords you'd use there? And then when it comes to decision phase, which is typically where they, install the app and create a profile or start utilizing the app, what are some of the keywords you'd use when it comes to maybe pop-up messages or app messaging? In that case, or even on your website as well, to encourage them as a call to action to download the app. So if you do successfully complete this and you give it some thought, I'd encourage you to please share your answers in the chat. Again, there's no wrong and right answer. It's just an activity to encourage you to explore your thought process and give this a think. Remember, the topic or the app that we are discussing or we are thinking about here is an app that helps people with gardening. Okay, so for this one, I'll give you just 5 minutes, right? Please leave your keywords that you think would be good to use for each phase in the chat. Thank you.
There is a comment in the chat box from the house of Thorn. The comment is gardening for beginners. Gardening app and garden ideas. So those are three keywords suggested.
Thank you. And I think those would fall under the group 1 awareness phase quite well. We are going to allow everyone just 4 more minutes to give this a think and share your answers in the chat. Remember to just categorize them. So, for example, if you say awareness phase and then leave your keywords, and in consideration phase, you leave your keyword, and then decision phase, leave your keyword examples. Okay, I've noted some responses coming through. Thank you.
Yep. So we have Darren. Let's start with Darren. No, let's start with Frank. Gardening for dummies. That's awareness. Know what to plant, where and when. Consideration. Gardening link. Gardening like a pro. That's decision. And for Darren says group 1 awareness, gardening tips. Group 2 consideration, gardening app for beginners. Group 3 decision, install gardening app. And for the House of Thorn, it's phase 3, download gardening app. Muzi looking at awareness, gardening 101, that's good. First step in gardening, how to start gardening. What is consideration? Setting up a garden, choosing garden types, decision, planting a citrus tree, how to grow tomatoes. Minnie says group 1, 2, and 3, gardening made easy, gardening tips on your fingertips. That's group 1. Group 2, your gardening partner. Group 3, understanding your plants, talk to your garden. So I think just for the sake of time, we could just keep it there.
Okay. All right. So let's just close this off and quickly discuss it. A lot of the suggestions that you shared were great, and thank you for giving it some time. So when we look at the primary keywords to use, right, in some of the examples at the awareness phase, it was very interesting to see that you understand your users and what they generally be searching for in this phase. So these are these are generally general keywords, high volume keywords that people use when they first searching for a solution to their problem. So they are often very broad terms that describe the basic function of the app. So since this user journey is in the awareness phase, the user recognizes the need that they have for gardening, gardening tips or gardening apps, and they start searching for solutions. So examples for that a gardener would, type would be gardening tips, gardening 101, or gardening apps, a lot of the broad ideas that you guys have suggested. And then when we look at the secondary keywords for the consideration stage, obviously these are a little bit more specific, moderate volume keywords that people use when they start to compare different options. So they could include features, benefits, or even specific use cases. So the example, for this one would be gardening maintenance notification, even planting tracker, calendar for gardening. Also, it could also be an ad-free plant identifier as well. And then when we go to the long tail keywords or the decision stage, right? So these are more specific low volume keywords that people use when they are close to making a decision. And they often include detailed descriptions of what they are looking for. So it's a little bit more detailed. So the user is obviously in the decision stage, right? And they are ready to choose an app and is looking for very specific details. So some of these keywords, for example, would be best app to track gardening schedule or reliable gardening services near me. So thank you again for participating. The next thing we will look at is how to implement effective bidding strategies when it comes to your campaign creatives. So we have already discussed bidding strategies at length. And just to recap, setting the right bidding strategy for your app campaign starts with defining your goals. So whether you are looking to increase brand awareness, drive app installs, or even encourage in-app purchases, your objectives will ultimately shape the most effective bidding strategy. Okay, so it's important to then match your goal with or to a bidding strategy. So do you remember the 4 bidding strategies? Does anyone remember them? Can you share in the comments if you do? Okay. So we'll look at them together, right? The 4 main bidding strategies are as follows. So when we say target CPA, CPA means cost per action. So this is ideal if you want a specific action like a registration or a purchase. You set the maximum you'll pay for this action. So the maximum you'll pay for maybe a registration or purchase of something. The next one is maximize conversions. So if your goal of your campaign is just simply to get as many conversions as possible, which would be, app installs, then this strategy automatically sets the bid to achieve that within your budget. Okay. The third one we look at is maximize clicks. So this is very good for driving traffic to your app store page or even your website, but it's not always the most efficient because a click doesn't automatically translate into a conversion, which is a download. Okay. And then set it back to front, sorry. But yeah, that's what I was talking about, the maximize clicks. What I didn't touch on is the manual bidding part of it. So the manual bidding gives you more control because then you are allowed to set your your budget and your bidding, your maximum bidding for the campaign. But it also requires you to monitor your campaign performance correctly and also adjust it based on your budget. So those are mainly the 4 bidding strategies when it comes to campaign creation. The next thing we will look at is competitive baselines, right? So why is it important to set a competitive baseline? I want you to just think about this for a moment, right? Why is it important to set a competitive baseline or budget when it comes to your bidding and your campaign? It's very important because firstly, it avoids underbidding, right? If your bids are too low, your ads won't be seen by your potential users. And then that means your results will not be, what you wanted, and you would have missed opportunities. Another reason why it's important to set a competitive baseline is because you also avoid overspending. So bidding excessively on high on high competition keywords can drain your budget, and it might not have a significant return. You also need to make sure to optimize your budget, right? So by understanding the competitive landscape, you can allocate your budget effectively to the keywords that drive the best results. And lastly, having a competitive baseline allows you to make informed decisions. So it provides you with a benchmark for evaluating your bids and making data-driven adjustments based on that. So you are more realistic and you are more calculated when it comes to your campaign as well. Okay, so how now that we understand the importance about when it comes to competitive baselines, right? Let's evaluate how you can set a competitive baseline. Firstly, you need to begin with keyword research. So again, you use tools like Google Keyword Planner to understand the average cost per click which is also CPC, as many of you may know, for different target keywords. So the keyword planner does provide an estimate of the cost per click for the different keywords, and this will help you also set a realistic budget because you'll have oversight of that. When it comes to competitor analysis, you need to research what your competitors are bidding. So tools like App Annie and also Sensor Tower can provide you with insight into your competitor bidding and strategies. And then you need to set your initial bids. So you need to start with being very realistic. And stick to your budget. You can also adjust your bids later on and adjust your campaign based on the performance and the outcomes that you are seeing. Okay. So now we're going to discuss implementing smart bidding techniques. And we are going to look at the two different types of bidding, right? So when we look at automated bidding, just going to go back one. Automated bidding, right? So you need to consider using automated bidding strategies often offered by the ad platform, so Google AdWords, for example. And these machine learning, then, the platform makes use of machine learnings, and this approach then optimizes your bids in real time based on your campaign goals and your performance data. So while automated bidding can save time, a lot of time, and also improve your performance, it's important to monitor your campaigns closely and watch them, right? So machine learning algorithms may not always account for sudden changes in the market or unexpected fluctuations in user behavior. So continuously review your campaign and make manual adjustments where necessary to ensure that you are accounting for that. Okay. The next thing we look at is the manual bidding. So if you prefer to have more control and manual control specifically, you can actively monitor your campaigns and adjust them based on the performance. Okay. So now we are going to discuss optimizing your keywords for performance. Okay. And this will also help us to ensure that campaigns are successful. So we are going to look at a case example in the next section to help us optimize our keyword search based on a specific app idea again. So just to refresh your memory of optimizing keyword performance, remember that you should firstly monitor the key metrics such as click-through rate and conversion rate. Make sure to identify top performers and underachievers when it comes to keywords. Then you will also refine your bidding as discussed. So ensure that your bids, you adjust your bids and they are according to your budget, and you are optimizing for your budget allocation. And then you can also apply A/B testing. So you should experiment with different variations of the campaigns, using different keywords, different elements, but promoting essentially the same thing. And this will help you determine what keywords work best, and it will also analyze your data based on your performance. Okay, so now we are going to look at an activity, right? So you are creating an app that allows users to photograph an outfit and find where to buy the elements of an outfit. So we're not going to do this in groups because of time, but I'd like you to let's go through this and then we can do it individually. So you need to come up with a keyword strategy and bidding techniques that you would use to utilize on an effective app campaign. So you'll have 15 minutes to do this, right? You can decide which group you'd like to do. Would you like to engage in the decision stage, awareness stage, or consideration stage? And all you have to do is come up with this keyword strategy for the stage that you choose. And what will your bidding techniques be to utilize an effective, to make sure that you have an effective app campaign? So please give yourself some time to do this. We are going to take 10 minutes, if that's okay with you, Mashudu. Just 10 minutes so that everyone can have an opportunity to engage in this. They will drop their answers in the chat.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, do we have any volunteers who would like to, if you thought about the decision stage, and even if you put your answers in the chat, would you like to discuss it and share what are some of the keywords and what's the bidding strategy you came up for that stage? Any takers? Or even if you've done the others. I think we have someone.
Yeah, it's Muzi. Yeah, I was saying I think I'd like to give it a shot.
Okay.
So for the decision stage, because this is an app, I'll primarily go for the what do you call it, cost per install, right? As a strategy to focus on helping people downloading the app, right? However, the keywords would be generic in the sense of being generic in fashion apps, just to let people know what that the app exists, but try to pay for installs as it's a new thing. And then as for awareness, I'm thinking going for something like cost per impression, where it's mostly about just letting users know about the application. And then also that's where I get confused. In my mind, I'll still probably go for the same or similar keywords related to fashion in general. However, how the bidding strategy would change from focusing on installs to focusing on focusing on impressions. And then the consideration stage, I'll go for cost per action. I think also this is where ROAS would also come in. But here it will be mostly about buying your latest fashion using this app or anything like that.
Okay, so you've given a nice explanation about how you would actually adjust your bidding strategies as you create campaigns for users within the different stages. And you also mentioned a key element which shows your understanding that in the consideration stage, you would also make sure you use cost per action, because that's where you want them to download. So I think that well done. You do understand how to adjust your bidding strategies based on the different campaigns created at the different phases. Is there anyone else who would like to share keywords specifically, like the keywords that they'd also use at the different stages for the specific app? Let's look at a specific answer to maybe a question to encourage participation. So with the keywords specifically, right? What keywords would you use to differentiate your app from the competitors? Anyone? If you have a hand, please go ahead and unmute.
I think I would add keywords relating to the app's unique features or highlighting the quality of the app. So something like saying that it's fast scanning or instant scanning, or something about it finding the most cost competitive result for you. So budget results scanner or something like that.
Okay, I think that's correct, because the benefits and the unique, those unique points of the app would help the app stand out from other apps that are quite similar to that one specifically. So those are good keywords. As an example, you've mentioned the example of the keywords as well. And I think that Muzi took us through the bidding strategy that aligned with the assigned user stage as well quite nicely. And he understood that when you create campaigns for different stages and phases of the user journey, you need to then adjust your keywords and also your bidding strategy appropriately. So he's mentioned how he would allocate his budget and also the decisions he'd make. Do we have anyone else? Let's take one last person to take us through their thoughts about what kind of keywords they would use at each stage, and also the different bidding strategies that they would implement and why. Anyone?
There is Shazia, there is comments that I'm happy to read. From Mimi Lee, she said that use target location as keywords. Let me look at my settings here. I think I'm not audible. And for Darren, says that group 3 consideration stage, we'll look at target intent based keywords. So the keywords are outfit finder app, where to buy clothes from photos, AI fashion search, clothing scanner app, bidding strategy, target CPA.
Okay. Thank you, Mashudu. So yeah, thank you everyone for participating. It does seem that there is a general understanding about what we were trying to achieve here, right? So it's understanding how keywords play a role when it comes to campaign optimization, the different keywords to use at the different stages or phases where a user is in, and it's important to understand that. And also how to adjust your bidding strategy based on the different phases and objectives that you are trying to receive. Do we have any questions on this? You can also drop them in the chat if you're comfortable with that. Okay. So this was quite a quick session. I think it was allocated more time because it was supposed to be done in a group. However, I think that we are satisfied with the participation from everyone in the chats and also the few people who unmuted and shared their thoughts. So just to recap what we covered, we looked at how to identify high value keywords for paid ad campaigns. Right. And then we looked at how you can implement different effective bidding strategies for maximum return on investments and to also achieve your different goals for the campaigns. We discussed how to set appropriate bidding strategies and utilize competitive bidding techniques. And then we discussed how to optimize keyword performance for continued campaign success, especially at the different phases of the user journey. Okay, so that's what we covered in this short session. I'd like to also learn from you what your what your key takeaways are from today's session. So what are some of the key takeaways? What are the next steps that you're going to be implementing in your campaigns once you set them up? Were there any learnings that stood out to you? Was there anything interesting that you didn't know before? And just a general sense of how you will be approaching your campaigns from now onwards. You can also leave your responses in the chat. I'll give you just a few minutes. Oh, we do have a hand. You can unmute.
Hi, Shazia. Thank you. I think the one key thing that's standing out for is, first of all, the repetition in terms of the content from Monday. And I think that's very important because sometimes you hear something and you forget get it, but like as the days have been going, you guys have been drilling keywords and certain key concepts for us to grasp. And I think that's the first key takeaway. I think the other key takeaway is I have a newfound respect for sales and marketing, because as we go into the course, this is a lot of work. And I also, I guess, just reflecting, I'm realizing how much effort it takes to run a successful business, in the sense that so many things have to go right. And you can have a great product and great team and great idea, but like mess up the marketing, and that causes the whole thing to crumble down. So and then I think, yeah, one one last quick thing from my side is, when I look at my SEO, and all the other stuff, I realize that, hey, I don't have like a strategy for this. And I think one thing you were discussing today around having a unified process, um, around the keywords, the SEO, the intent, the core value prop, and like how all of that ties together. For me, the key thing is the app name I have doesn't indicate our core value prop. So I'm realizing small little things like having your core value prop in the title, both on the app stores and on your website. Things like that are super important. Just to mention some of the few. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad that these sessions are very beneficial towards you and your journey when it comes to developing apps that are going to be downloaded by many people. I'm glad that you have learned the value about keyword optimization and SEO, ASO. These are things that are going to help you throughout your journey, and help you, set yourself up for success as well. So thank you. Okay. All right. So in terms of next steps, and thank you to those who have shared in the comments as well. We are set to break for lunch and networking. Mashudu, do you want to agree on a time from your side?
Thanks, Shazia. I think we did very well with time, and the participation was really amazing. Thank you for all your times. So I think we can take a break now, and maybe we kickstart at 1:30. So we give you a bit of an extra time there, because we are supposed to restart at 2, but because of the time that we have on our side, so if we can start at 1:30 and we give you about 15 minutes break, I can see there's an agreement already. So yeah, so let's do that.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Great, thanks, Shazi.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our session. Please confirm if you can see my screen with the timetable and I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I hope you had a good break. We will commence now and we will be focusing on crafting compelling ad copy and extensions for your apps. So what we will be covering today is obviously to learn how to craft compelling and persuasive ad copy and how to use digital tools such as ad extensions and AI to enhance your ads visibility and engagement. We'll also explore how to create messages full of impact that highlight your app's value and align with your target audience's needs and aspirations. And we will learn how you can effectively incorporate ad extensions that drive clicks and conversions, which is our ultimate goal. And by the end of the session, you'll be able to understand which tools to use and you'll have confidence when it comes to designing great ad copy that captures the attention of your users and maximizes your ad performance. So let's get into it. Okay, so we are going to do learn how to use ad extensions to enhance your app's visibility. Okay, so what are ad extensions? So ad extensions are basically like bonus features for your Google Ads, and they give you extra space or to share extra real estate space basically to share information and make your ads more appealing, right? So this can lead to more clicks, downloads, and engagement within your app. And ad extensions are different from SERP features, so the search engine results page features, in that they are paid advertisements that you can create and control, while SERP features are more organic listings that appear, as we discussed, based on Google's algorithm. However, ad extensions can help your ad stand out from the organic listings and attract more attention. So in this session, we will go through how to use Google Ads to create different types of extensions. Google Ads enables you to create different types of ad extensions, such as call extensions, site link extensions, and extensions that are also pictured here. So you can see the call us one as well. And those are the extensions that we are going to be discussing and going through. Okay. All right. So how ad extensions can enhance your ad, right? So ad extensions can basically help you enhance your ad's performance by providing extra information and also calls to action, right? Which is more specifically when it comes to the extra information part, the extensions let you provide details that might not fit your main ad, like specific features or prices or promotions, even contact details. You also have improved visibility with this because they make your ads larger and more noticeable, so it helps them stand out in the search results page. And then it also increases your click-through rate by providing more information on your product or your app, and including calls to action. The extensions can entice more people to obviously click on your ad. And it's great for targeting because some extensions, like location extensions, help you reach more of a relevant audience. So when we look at the specific extension, so you'll see the first one is a site link extension, right? And these These let you add links basically to specific pages. So it links, you'll add specific pages there within your app, like a download page or a sign up page or even a page highlighting a special offer. And they allow you to provide links to specific pages within your app, right? It helps you guide users basically to the most relevant information and encourages them to take more action. So for example, if you have an e-commerce app and you use a site link extension that directs users to different product categories, such as maybe shop women's fashion or explore electronics or discover good deals for home products, right? The next thing we look at is call out extensions. So these highlight key features or selling points of your app, for example, free delivery or 24 hours support. And these give you extra space to showcase your unique benefits of your app. So you need to use them to highlight key features, right? So again, maybe special offers or anything that sets your app apart from the competitors. An example here, for example, the language learning app, a call out extension could feature compelling phrases, for example, learn over 10 African languages, or access this app offline, or even interactive games to support your learning. The next one we look at is the app extensions. So in terms of app extensions, they make it easy for people to download your app directly from the ad itself. So for many apps, the primary goal is to get downloads rolling in, right, and to support with user acquisition. So app extensions are the perfect tool for this because they provide a direct link to your app on the App Store right within your ad. And this removes any friction for potential users, making it easy as possible for them to download and explore your app. Then when we look at the next component is the location extensions. So when it comes to location extensions, you can show your business address and a map, making it easy for people to find you. And this is obviously useful if your app has a local component and local focus, such as maybe delivery services or ride requesting a ride or delivery, anything that has to do with location. And this becomes a very important component of this. And then we also look at call extensions, right? So this will obviously encourage users to call your business directly from your ad, and it's also useful if you offer customer support or even in-app purchases. So sometimes we know that users may need more convincing and have specific questions before they take the plunge and actually download the app. So call extensions makes it effortless for them to connect with your customer support team, or even have any of their questions answered quickly and efficiently. Okay, so I want us to maybe do some research here. So we are going to look at how your competitors use ad extensions, right? So I would like for you to work by yourself and just use some of the work that we've already done from a keyword perspective and, a competitor research perspective. So you are going to research how your competitors use ad extensions, right? So when you are using the time to think through this, you must use your keywords to run some searches and really interrogate those search results that you are faced with. So some of the questions that I'd like you to answer is, how many of your competitors are using ad extensions? And if they are using ad extensions, which ones are they using? So I'll give you the next 5 minutes to do this. Just do some research and look at how your competitors are using ad extensions. And then you can drop them in the chat, but we'll also open up the opportunity for a few of you to unmute and share what your findings are. Thank you.
Feel free to drop some comments in the chats. You can use the chats if you want. We will read your comments. All right, we've got a comment from Sabelo. Sabelo says competitor is 22/7, not using extensions, but I see links to app stores appears. So the competitor there is 22/7. They are not using any extensions, but there are links to the app stores that are appearing.
Thank you. I think that they are trying to encourage quick downloads there. Thank you for your participation. Anyone else may also leave your answers in the chat. And then in 3 minutes, we'll give everyone who wants to an opportunity to unmute and speak about it.
There is another comment, actually two comments. One from Yebo Kenny. So the closest competitor is Hello Peter. They do have an extension. They've got ad extensions available. That's from Yebo Kenny. From Frank, Frank says live 360. They use site link extensions and also app extensions. This is just quite interesting to see how your competitors actually are taking advantage of these extensions to drive some awareness as well as user base increase.
Thank you.
There is another comment. The comment is from Global App. Global App says Bolt has linked to Play Store. Request the right keyword.
Good observations. That's really good. Thanks, guys. Is there anyone who would like to unmute and also share their findings with us? Anyone at all? Okay. I'm glad that you had some time to do some research and go through your competitors and see how they are using ad extensions. Again, remember that competitor research is important when it comes to giving you direction and also identifying opportunities that you can leverage off for your application as well. So this is supposed to be a live demo where we add extensions on Google Ads. Mashudu, I'm not sure if you want to assist with this part because I don't have access to a Google Ads account, or should I rather just share the information about how to add extensions on the Google Ads?
I think what we can do is the suggestions that you will obviously look at step by step from your side in terms of completing the demo. What I would suggest is that the entrepreneurs, if you could please go to your Google Ads account so that when she takes you step by step, then you will know exactly where the extensions are. And if you get lost, as we've done yesterday, if you get lost in that process, you could also please raise your hand and say, well, look, my Google account seems to be not finding an extension. Then we can navigate you around it, as we did yesterday. Yeah. Is that okay, Shazi?
Yes, that's okay. Okay, can everybody please open their Google Ads account, navigate to that so that while I'm sharing the steps with you, you are able to do it on your side. So please just open your Google Ads account. I'll give you a minute just to do this. Make sure you are connected and you have opened your account. Okay, I'm going to call out the steps. And again, if you have any questions or anything further, raise your hand or include them in the chat as well. So once you've opened up your Google Ads account or your profile, you will then go to assets. So you will open assets and you will click on the drop down to select associations. So I'm not sure if everyone can see that, but when you are creating a campaign, yes, Sabelo.
So I can't find the button. You said where is it? So I'm on Google Ads landing page, and I have a existing campaign, but it's not relevant. It's not
Okay.
about my app.
Okay, just give me a minute. I'm trying to sign in on my side.
I'm not seeing an option either on the app installation campaign. Would these features only be available for like website traffic campaigns?
Yes, so this is more so for search campaigns, because remember that extensions are going to be when someone searches. So this is how it would look if you can still see my screen. So it's creating ads on a search campaign. So if you open your Google Ads account, right, your landing page, and your your home page is obviously the overview, and you can see some of your results in terms of your impressions, your clicks, and your past campaigns that are running. On the left menu, you should see it says overview, recommendations, insights and reports, campaign, and assets. Can anyone see that?
Sorry, mine says overview, recommendations, insights and reports, campaigns, audiences, keywords and content. Last one will be change history.
So the assets tab is completely missing.
Yes, there's no assets. Yeah.
Is anyone else experiencing the same thing?
Yes.
Yes, I'm also lost. Can I maybe share a screen and see if you can guide me?
Yes. Yeah. Are you able to share?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm gonna share now. Wrong one. Struggling. Yes. So this is what I see.
Is there no left menu?
Mm. No, I don't know.
There should be a left menu, right? Yeah.
There should be a left menu. I'm
Good.
just going to share my screen for just a second. I obviously this is not my personal account, so I can't share too much of it. Can I just share for just a second to just show you
Yeah.
what the left menu would look like?
Yes.
So can you see my screen?
So there it is, yeah.
Yeah, and then this should be here. It says assets on the left.
Okay. Yeah, let me try maybe Chrome
Mm.
browser.
I think you could disable them by mistake. Probably what else could be because it's supposed to be there.
Mm.
It's a navigation tool.
Okay, I'll check under settings as well.
No worries.
So is that the Asset Studio? Because under tools, there is the Asset Studio Planning, App Advertising Hub, and so forth.
If you click on the Asset Studio, what are you landing on?
Personalize your image with a AI asset library. Create or edit videos. Yeah, manage your assets in one place. Yeah, I think that's the storage.
And is there no search bar on top where you can just type in assets for those of you who can't find it? Because once you click assets, then you will be on this page where you will be able to see your associations, performance, all of that. create different assets, for example, a call.
Shazia, is it not something that shows up only once you have campaigns or once you at least create a single campaign?
It's my
It's
understanding.
actually, sorry, so it's a setting. You need to switch to, if go settings and then appearances. Then you say expect, switch to expect mode. Then it's gonna show.
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, it should be there because it's a navigation. Maybe it's the viewing option that you're working on that takes all those options.
Okay. So once you navigate to assets, I'm just going to make sure that this part is still being shared as we progress. So once you then navigate to assets and you are able to open your assets, you will then click the drop down or you will click on associations as I've showed you, right? And then you will select the type of extension you want from the drop down selection. So I showed you that there's calls, there's descriptions, there's many other ones there. So on my side, for example, when I say create, I see image, call, lead form, location, app as well, price. You'll see different options that is available for you to add. Right, so then you just follow the steps. If you want to create a call extension, you click on call and then you complete the required information for that extension. And then obviously this again varies with the different or the type of extension that you choose. And you can also add a site link as well. And if you add a site link, you'll need to supply the text for each link and the URL for each of them. And then you just click save. So you just add in all of those elements that it's asking you to, and then you click save. Okay, so then that basically means that's one of your extensions, or in this case, it's called an asset as well. So, for example, if you do a call extension, you'll be able to provide your business phone, your phone number. If you do an app extension, you provide your app name and the URL of your app store pages. And then if you do a location extension, you can provide your business address. And if you do a call out extension, you provide like the text for each call out. Do we have any questions on this? And were you guys able to add the menu navigation? Okay, so we are going to look at how to fine-tune your ad extensions now that you know where to find it on your Google Ads account and also how to create it. You've basically got the basics down, right? So it's time to now take them to the next level. It's important that you focus on optimizing your extension based on your user needs and also user search intent, because it helps you to create effective ad experiences. So this means you need to think about what your target audience is looking for and how your extensions can provide valuable, clickable content that complements your main ad message. So some of the ways you can make your extensions work smarter is obviously understanding your audience again. Before you even start to craft your extensions, you need to have a solid grasp of who your target audience is. Do you know whose problem you're solving and who your app is for? What are their needs, pain points, and motivations? what are they searching for when they come across your ads. So just a reminder that tools like Google Analytics, Google Ads Audience Insights can help you gather valuable data about your audience demographics, interests, and also their behaviors. The next step is to align with search intent. So think about the keywords that users are typing in when they see your ad. Are they looking for a specific solution, a quick fix, or detailed information? And your extension should align with their search intent and provide relevant information that helps them, achieve their goals. The next step is to provide value and clarity. So if your extension should offer something very valuable to users, right? So whether it's a direct download link, a customer support number, or a link, or even a link to maybe that directs users to a specific page within your app, make sure that the information is clear, concise, easy to read, easy to understand, and relevant to the target audience needs. You then need to reinforce your main message, right? So your extension should work in harmony with your main ad message, reinforcing its key points and providing additional information that encourages users to take action. Once you've got all of this down and you have created your ad, you need to test and refine it, right? When it comes to your asset or your extension. Don't just set your extensions and forget about them. Regularly monitor their performance and make adjustments based on their data. So experiment with different types of extensions, different copy, and also different calls to actions and see what works best for your audience. So we're going to do another quick activity, and we won't do them in pairs because I see that Mashudu has also stepped out, and the breakout rooms would take a lot of time. So we are going to consolidate everything that you learned into a practical scenario, right? And I'm going to ask you that you work alone on this. Imagine that you have a health and fitness app that's designed for professionals in Cape Town. Your main ad message focuses on the convenience of quick, effective workouts that can be done, right? And here's what I'd like you to do. So recommend one or more ad extension to optimize this ad and provide copy for the extension that you recommend. So you have 5 minutes to decide on your strategy, and we'll come back and share our thoughts. Any questions, or are we clear?
Just a comment from Darren. If you are still having issues with finding those navigations bar, please have a look at what Darren has shared in the chat box. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will take 5 minutes to do this activity, and then we will discuss it thereafter. Remember that you have a health and fitness app that is designed specifically for busy professionals in Cape Town, right? And you are going to create ad messaging that focuses on the convenience of quick and effective workouts that can be done anywhere. All you have to do is think about this and recommend one or more ad extensions to optimize for this ad. And you can provide the copy for the extensions that you recommend as well. We will start with our 5 minutes. Thank you.
There is a comment from Sabelo, says app extensions.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's a question, but that's basically the intention of this activity is that you need to figure out what you need to recommend, basically one or more extensions that you'd like to optimize or you'd like to use for this ad, and provide the copy for those extensions that you recommend. Have we managed to complete the activity? And is there anyone who would like to unmute and share the ad extensions that they've come up with or that they recommend and the copy for those extensions as well? Anyone?
Yep, there are comments. I'm happy to read them. Let's start with Minnie Lee. She said, site links, workout anywhere, description, office, hotel room, high impact routines, call out, extensions, no equipment needed, app extension, download our app. So I would have probably gone with download now, but that's fine. Where is Darren? Site link extensions will be quick workouts, train anywhere. Call out extension will be no gym needed, belt for busy professionals. App extensions, Darren said, it's going to be download the app instantly and start training anywhere, anytime. That's a bit of a very long extensions. Darren, I will shorten this a little bit, but you'll figure out if you look at what other competitors are doing. Try to short that up a little bit. Clotliso said app extension, since this is an app, it should link straight to the app. So you want to drive conversion there. It should lead directly to app stores, so PlayStation, so Play Store as well. So skipping landing page tab. So you said then the second extension is site link extension. Let different personas select for themselves site link, example, hotel and travel workouts, description, sequence, fitness into your break. So those are the comments. Thank you very much for sharing your experience.
Okay, thank you. I think that we understand that we're trying to make the site links or the extensions rather very easy to read and also attractive. We've heard people say, no equipment needed, and things like that. So we're trying to attract the busy professionals in Cape Town who are interested in health and fitness. So thank you for participating. And it is clear that, you have understood the assignment basically, and you also understood the context and the content that we are going through. So we're now going to be moving on to refining and testing your ad copy and extension. So we are going to go through some of the best practices, right? So you've crafted engaging ad copy before and selected relevant extensions, but now how can you ensure that they are performing at their best? A/B testing is your key to driving those desired conversions, right? So we've covered A/B testing a few times in this boot camp. So I'm not going to go into the process too deeply, but instead we will look at some of the best practices and ideas for refining and testing your ads. So let's start with what you need to prepare or what you need to do to prepare for your test, right? So before you begin, you want to obviously define your goals. So before diving into the different variations, clearly outline your objectives. Are you aiming to boost click-through rates, increase downloads, or drive in-app purchases? Your goals are important because they will shape your test strategy, right? So we are going to do another bit of a short activity. So think back a few minutes to the exercise that we did with the fitness app, right? We just did that one. If you were to conduct some A/B testing on the ad, what would you want to test, right? Because you need to know what you want to test so you can implement different strategies. What would you like to test the ad extensions and associated messages? So what do you think we should measure and what is the goal? So spend a few minutes thinking about this, and then we will take 1 or 2 volunteers to discuss this. You can also share it in the chat. I'm going to give you another 5 minutes. Just remember, the question here that is posed is, what is the goal and what do you want to test, right? So if you had to conduct A/B testing on the fitness app, what are you testing? Please take 5 minutes to think about this and then share your answers in the chat as well.
Let's have a look. There is a comment from Frank. Frank says downloads. I would do A/B testing on call out extensions. I just want to highlight something while you're preparing for this activity. So A/B testing cut across almost everything that you're going to be doing, because you want to get some better understanding of your settings and before you actually commit to what you want to do to get that data. There is Mustafa says downloads and purchase.
Okay, is there anyone who would like to unmute as well and share their answers or their feedback? Some are saying downloads and purchases. Okay. Okay, so I think that it's clear that we all have thought about what we would like to, measure and what the goal is of the campaign and what we'd like to um, A/B test. Someone also said, I think it's Darren said, different call to actions. Yes, that's very important because again, keywords and language would play a part there, and you can see which call to actions yield the best results and result in more app downloads, right? So we're going to move on to the next stage, which is looking at Google Ads experiments. So Google Ads offers robust tools for A/B testing, but other platforms provide unique functionality. So consider your needs and explore options like, for example, Google Ads experiment campaigns. So this is a built-in feature that allows you to create duplicate campaigns with controlled variations, making it easy to compare performance. So some of the key features for of Google Ads experiment campaigns are, it's very simple to set up. So you can create variations of your existing campaign with just a few clicks. You'll also be able to test different elements like your ad copy, as Darren also said, different call to actions, bidding strategies, and audience targeting. There's also very clear reporting involved. So you can monitor performance metrics, for example, clicks, conversions, and cost per conversion. And it makes a significant, importance when it comes to ensuring that your results are reliable and actionable as well. It's also seamlessly integrated, so you can easily implement winning variations into your main campaign, test different things out, and it will give you a lot of insight into what's working and what's not. So we are going to do a little bit, or I'm going to rather encourage you to take just a few minutes as well and to go to your Google Ads account, just as we have done earlier on, and look at how you can access Google Ad Experiment. So you'll go to the campaigns tab in your Google Ads account, right? And you'll click the plus or the blue button and select campaign. And then you will choose the experiment campaign type. Has everyone got that? Okay, so I'm going to give you just a few minutes to play around with this. I will give you about 5 minutes to, click, add your experiment, choose the experiment campaign type, and see what's that about. You are more than welcome to play around with it and see the how it would work out. So I'm just going to give you 5 minutes for that, and then if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat.
There is a comment from Mustafa. The comment is, has anyone come across something more catchy than download for free, as most ads will say that? Oh, okay, it's comment directed to my comments. Sorry, I will reply to it.
Okay, so I think that we've had enough time to look at your Google Ads experiments campaign type. We are then going to explore the other options as well. So when we look at the different types of experiments you can run with or on Google Ads rather, let's start with custom experiments, right? So custom experiments offers the most flexibility. It allows you to test a wide range of elements within your campaign, including ad extensions, bidding strategies, targeting, and more. This gives you fine-grained control over your experiment and lets you isolate the impact of your extension changes as well. So while other experiment types might seem relevant at first glance, they have more of a specific focus. So if we look at Performance Max, right? So Performance Max experiment is designed to test the overall impact of using Performance Max campaigns. And then we also look at Demand Gen experiment. This focuses on testing different elements within Demand Gen campaigns, such as audience targeting and creative assets. When we go to Video experiment, this is designed to test the impact of adding assets to your app campaigns, but it doesn't provide the same level of control over testing more specific extensions in a custom experiment. The next thing we look at is app experiment, right? So this is designed to test the impact of adding assets to your campaign as well. And then when we go to optimizing your ads, which we will then optimize your text ads, right? And this focuses on testing different versions of text ads across multiple campaigns. Okay, so now that that's covered, we need to isolate and vary your elements. So don't overhaul don't overhaul your entire ad at once. Instead, focus on specific elements. So when we look at the headlines specifically, experiment with different lengths, wording, and emotional tone as well. When we look at your site links, use clear and concise text that highlights the benefits of clicking on each link. Prioritize the most important links based on your campaign goals. Test different wording and position your site link extensions to see what works best. Consider using site link extensions to promote specific offers, promotions, and also new features. And ensure that your site link URLs are accurate and lead to relevant landing pages. When we look at descriptions, test variations in benefit descriptions, call to actions, and unique selling propositions as well. And then call outs. Highlight key features and benefits of your app that differentiate it from the competition. Use strong action-oriented language, and this will encourage clicks. And keep your call outs easy and concise when it comes to making sure that they are understood. Okay. And then when we look at call to action specifically, right, it's important that we speak about this and place some focus on it. So you can divide call to actions into 3 groups. Let's look at the strong groups, right? So you get strong groups, which you have strong call to actions, which are like your download now, get started today, shop now, learn more, sign up free. You also have urgent call to action. So it creates a sense of urgency. For example, limited time offer, don't miss out, last chance, or act now. And then we also have what's called benefit focused call to actions. So this examples here are, for example, save 20% today, free shipping on orders over a certain amount, or get expert advice. So think about the fitness app. What type of call to action would be suitable for our campaign? Would you like to just share your thoughts in the chat? Think about what call to action you'd use for the fitness app specifically. What would be a strong call to action to encourage users to download the app? What call to action would create a sense of urgency, and is it relevant for this app? And how would you use call to actions to focus on the user minds on the benefits of this app? So just leave some, I think I see one popped up that says get fit now. Just leave your feedback in the chat, please.
Yes, there is Shazia from Muzi. Muzi says it is possible to only show the ads only on mobile devices. Download now for a mobile app would be an issue for a person using a laptop. I'm not sure if I understand that. Muzi, if you can just unmute and just explain that for us. The House of Thorn says get expert advice. Tepo says, is it possible to use a variant of my store listing that I have for A/B testing in my experience? So that's more of a question, yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys. So what I just want to get clarity on is on these adverts, right? So they would show up in the Google search, not in Google search. So now I wanted to just double check for the ad extensions that says download now. So that's for the mobile app. That goes straight to the mobile app or Google Play Store. So what I want to ask is, can I filter the ads and only show it to people who are on Google using their mobile phones, so that when they click download now, it takes them to the phone's Google Play? Because if they're using a computer, it'll take them to Google Play, but they're still on a computer and not on their mobile phones.
Yes, so you can also, when setting up your campaigns, you do have an option to put in device-specific targeting as well. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure if that's what you are asking.
Yes, it does. Sorry, Ashley Mashuru answered a similar question yesterday, I think. But yeah, it does. Thanks.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so now we're going to focus on creating clear variations, right? So as you can see on the screen, there's option 1 and option 2. So you need to create at least 2 distinct versions. So for example, A and B, or option 1 and option 2 of the element you are testing. Ensure that the variations are different enough to yield meaningful results. So if you look at this, it's the same business that created 2 different ads that almost look exactly the same, right? Same headline and same description tag. So they are testing the site link, as you can see at the bottom, explore our features against see what we offer, rather than just simply changing explore to discover. They actually made it a little bit more engaging when it comes to their copy. So the one says explore our features, and the other one says see what we offer. So this is an example of how you can then test 2 variations against each other, right? The next thing you'd need to do after you create this variations is to launch your test, right? So implement your variations within your chosen testing platform, Google Ads, for example, and ensure that you have a sufficient sample size and allow the test to run long enough to gather statistical data. So you need to, those 2 variations as option 1 and option 2, give it a time period. Maybe you're going to test this over the next month or 3 months and see which one yields more or better results. So monitor your key metrics like your click-through rate or your CTR, your conversion rates, your cost per conversion. Identify the winning variation. Okay, so the variation or the option that performs the best, and implement it. So don't discard or just, get rid of like the losing variation. You need to use this as a learning opportunity. So analyze why it underperformed to gain valuable insights for future tests. So consider some of the metrics like click-through rate, right, which measures how often users click on your ad. A higher click-through rate indicates that your ad is relevant and engaging. Measure your conversion rate, which is how often the users take the desired action after clicking your ad, which is downloading your app or making a purchase or signing up for a newsletter, depending on what your goal is. Look at the cost per click. So this obviously measures the cost of acquiring a conversion. A lower CPC means you're getting more conversions for less money. And by analyzing these metrics, you can identify which variations are most effective in driving user engagement and conversions. Okay, now it's important to also view your change history. So your change history is a tool that lists the changes you've made to your account during the past 2 years. You can view the details about changes like when you paused the campaign, who added a keyword, and what the amounts for the previous budgets were. So this is helpful because it gives you insight into what works and what hasn't been working. And you can view all of these changes for a particular date range, filter the results by the type of change, maybe budget adjustments or keyword edits, and view your changes for a particular campaign or ad group. So the change history tools shows the change within a timeline mapped to your account data. And you can compare the changes with the timeline of performance data to help you know which changes you made that may have contributed to changes in your performance. So if you've given other people access to your account using your own logins, you can also use the tool to view who are those other people who made changes to your account. Okay, so this is also an important aspect, right, of understanding how your account is performing and the different ads that you're running, and also why they are yielding different results as well. So we're going to do a little bit of a quiz, and we are going to check your knowledge, right? So we've covered a lot in the session, and we're going to pause for a few minutes to check on what we've learned. There are a few questions. I'd encourage you to please participate in. Scan the QR code and participate. The first one is, after analyzing A/B test results, you should do what? And these are some of the options. Will you immediately implement the winning variation across all campaigns? Will you discard the losing variations and forget about them? Or will you analyze the reasons for underperformance of the losing variation? Or will you do both A and B? We have only one response so far.
I think it's about 5 responses so far.
Let's see that now, 5, 6. Okay, so I think that we know we are analyzing the reasons for underperformance of losing variation. We should not discard, or we should not just discard the losing variation and forget about it. Just a reminder, it is an opportunity for us to learn and see why it didn't work. If we move to the next one, what is the primary goal of A/B testing in Google Ads? Is it to increase the number of clicks on your ads, to improve the overall performance of your ad campaigns, to test different ad copy variations, or to measure the effectiveness of your ad extensions? Some results are coming in. Okay. To improve the overall performance of your ad campaigns. And we know that it's also important to test different ad copy variations, which ultimately does lead you to have a greater understanding and then make improvements, to the performance of your campaigns as well. So it's a tough one between the two. The next one is, which of the following is not a benefit of using Google Ads experiment campaign? So which of the following is not a benefit? Okay. Different opinions here: simple setup process and automatic optimization of your campaigns. It says 50-50. Okay, I believe that we do have participation. Thank you for participating in our Slido activity. We are going to quickly explore how AI can help improve your understanding of how your app is performing. So when using AI and to manage your extensions, you need to understand that AI can help you optimize your ad performance in many ways. And one of them is increased efficiency, right? So you can automate your tasks, optimize your bids, and find the best performing combinations with minimal effort. It also enhances relevance, so you can tailor your extensions to search queries and behaviors in real time. It also gives you deeper insight, so you can uncover hidden patterns and trends in your data to make informed decisions. And it ultimately also leads to improved performance, so you can achieve your campaign goals more effectively with AI powered optimization. So we'll look at a few examples, right? And we're looking at a scenario here with Josie Eats. So we're going to discuss how AI powered tools could help them optimize their campaigns, right? And we're going to we're going through this app, which is a food delivery app. So a food delivery app wants to increase app downloads during peak hours, right? So how, or like, what is the strategy that they could implement here? We just go back to that one. So let's go through our options for this one. What ad extensions could we recommend? Please drop them in the chat. Are there any ad extensions that we can recommend so they can ultimately increase downloads during peak hours specifically? And then also, what AI-powered bidding tools could help? We could research this. Anyone wants to share, please share in the comments.
There is one from Sabelo. He said app extension.
Okay, to increase app downloads. Okay.
There is another comment from Muzi. I could focus on scheduling the ads during peak hours. Would also increase the adverts bids amount for the peak hours. So you want Muzi wants to use the peak hours for the ads.
Mm-hmm.
And wants to increase the spending on the ads bids during peak hours.
Okay. So you are making use of scheduling when it comes to the ad campaign. Good. Okay, and then if we look at the second example, right, which is a little bit more aligned to the location. So this is an educational app, and it wants to target students within specific provinces with site link extensions. So how can AI help them optimize their campaign? What AI tools would help them? Can leave your answers in the chat. In this case, we can leverage AI-powered location targeting, right, to show site link extensions that links to pages with province-specific educational content. That's how AI can support with also, making the ad perform well. When we look at AI tools, right? So you can leverage powerful tools to enhance campaigns. By integrating AI into your ad extension strategy, you can unlock new levels of efficiency, relevance, and performance. So when we look at the different, I don't know if this is going to click. No. So when we look at the different scenarios that we spoke about, right? So the Google Smart Bidding, as we said, this is an AI-powered bidding strategy that automates your bids to achieve specific campaign goals, such as maximizing your clicks or conversions. Then we look at Google's responsive search ads. So these ads use AI to automatically create and test different combinations of headlines and descriptions, optimizing for best performance. And then when we look at the third-party AI tools, these are solutions for ad extension management. For example, the first one, which is AI-powered recommendations for optimizing, your ad extensions. And then the second one, Analysis, uses AI to analyze and improve ad copy. So, for example, a travel app like TravelStart could use these tools to identify the most effective site link extensions for different destinations that they want to travel in. So, we are going to do a short and quick last activity. So this is time for us to showcase what we learned. And each of you will have a chance to obviously share your feedback in the chat and also unmute if you are comfortable. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to prepare for a short presentation or feedback session rather to the updates you've made to your app marketing strategy. So based on everything that you learned, what you are going to include is which ad extensions you will use and what you will how will you use them, what will you make use of them for, your testing plan. So what will you test, how will you test it, and also share if you will use AI tools to help optimize your strategy, and if yes, which ones will you use. So I'm going to give you the next 10 minutes to do this, and then we will have a quick session where we review and share some of our findings as well. Thank you.
There are some comments. Let's have a look. Muzi said I could focus. Okay, that's an old one, I think. Let's look at the new one from Sabelo. Sabelo says, I will use app extensions, also site extensions to point users to our social media accounts. Sabelo also said that SLO, dark mode versus light mode, screenshots of the app.
Thank you, Sabelo. Thank you, everyone, for contributing. Is there anyone who would like to unmute and share?
We can share. We probably won't be using any extensions because our video game requires the app install campaign, which doesn't allow extensions. We'll be using keyword research and the keyword research tools to improve our keywords in our store listings, as well as use them to incorporate keywords into our A/B testing of our assets and monitor the performance of the different assets. In terms of AI tools, we would use the automated bidding to try get the best cost per click. And then we'll also try to improve the ratings on our app by prompting players who enjoy the game to rate the app.
Okay, thank you so much. So you're using something we've learned in all of the sessions, even the importance of having reviews that we touched on in the beginning of our session. So thank you for sharing, and whoever has also shared in the comments, thank you for participating in this activity. The last I would like us to just discuss, or again, you could share it in the chat box, is for us to share what or to discuss what are your key takeaways from the session. Is there anyone who would like to share?
Yeah, no, thank you for the session, guys. Today's session, I think it was very hard for me, maybe for the other guys as well. Yeah, I think I was lost for a long time, but yeah, it's making sense now. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of my summary of the session and some of the key takeaways I'd like to communicate to you is, firstly, just make sure that your ad extensions work smarter. So understand your audience and make sure that your app marketing provides value and clarity for your users. Also, look for trends when analyzing your data. This is important. Fine-tune your copy, adjust your copy and your extension so that should they be underperforming, there's an improvement with this. And then lastly, use AI-powered tools to support you, to automate your tasks, to optimize your marketing strategy, and to use your resources more efficiently as well. Okay. So thank you for your time. If there's no further questions or comments, I'd like to just remind you that there is another session tomorrow. And if you could please just scan and share your feedback with us as well.
Thank you very much, Shazia. This was really insightful, especially for me, being more on the listening end rather than facilitating. It's really refreshing. Thank you very much for holding the day today. And I hope that the entrepreneurs will absorb all that you have taken them through and build the best possible app business. All the best. See you tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.